I see. Good morning. A good time zone, good all day. How are you, Stony? How are the things? It is somewhere, I think. I don't know. Things is good? Good. I've had some ideas from what you shared, so you know that. And today's creation day, so we can work on that, which is good, right? That is good. Let me just do that. I need a loading page screen for the cast player. Don't you just want like a loading? Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough? I've been trying to build something in Swift for macOS and it doesn't work. Which is sad, because it should work and it doesn't. Anyways. Things are good. Things are good. But yeah, no. I'm starting early. I almost started like 3 hours ago, to be honest. I should have. I should have. But yeah, I didn't. I think it would have been much better for me to just be here rather than not here. Eh. uh, I don't know. I don't know. It's a bit weird. I mean, I talked about it in the past. It's weird to me to have to create things, like have unpolished things on stream. I would rather have teachings and stuff that I can showcase rather than me figuring things out, other than when we are building something together, and that makes sense. But if I'm just working on something on my own, I don't know, it feels weird. Don't ask. I have no clue. I have no clue. Yeah, and hi, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? But yeah, I see this. I see this. Basically, this is the page that would be on the TV, right? That's the ID. That's the thing that would be on the TV that just says, well, we are ready to cast. You can receive whatever the fuck you want, but that? Or is it the opposite? Meaning it's the... I know I'm back. It's the... on the app, you have that. But also, like, do you really need me to create a screen like this? I don't think so. I think you're good. I think you should be fine. I trust you now. To an extent, but trust you now. Is this when you launch the Chromecast but have not told it to play something? Chromecast as in on the TV? Or Chromecast as in the Chromecast dongle, which I don't think it exists anymore. I think that has been removed. So, yeah. Well, I mean, it's basically just the same screen, but instead of having the Jellyfin logo thingy, you use yours. Duh. That should be easy. Innit? Should. 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 I guess I'd say the easiest would be just to have your logo at the top and be good with that. I was about to say something else, but no. No, that's the easiest thing to put in place. You just push your logo in the same spot with the same text or similar language based on the user language, if you have that ability, and you should be good. Like it should be pretty simple to just say, well, we are ready to receive, and we good. The only thing that I could tell you is, oh god, I have so many empty screens there. Give me a second. Um, you could cat time again. You could do something similar to what we had with the icons, and using an icon that is most appropriate. So using something like this, maybe with a better, bigger text for TV specifically, but having like a fourth thing, which would be ready to cast as an option. I don't think uh, uh, I don't think. Welcome back, Logan. Let me check. Do we have a cast thing? Yeah. That makes sense. Is it in media? I doubt it. I don't really know. I don't really know where I put that. I should just look at the file instead of looking at the icons through here. Yes, that is way more sensible from my own head. Well, that's what happened when you don't have accuracy with your keyboards. I don't know. Already, hi. Welcome on in. I hope you're good. Have a good lurk if you stay lurking. If you want to not stay lurking, I appreciate that as well. Where's this thing? I know we did these for picture in picture, picture out of picture, like come back. We didn't really do cast. Like we have these that are specified to have like the elements on the side, and so I don't think I have cast somewhere. Because if I do, it's supposed to be around here, and we do have like cast on the scale, but I don't remember having like these for casting per se, which is why I'm like I don't know. But I do agree with you. I remember that we had one at some point, so that I don't. Yeah, I don't know. You found a pink Red Bull at the grocery store. Good job on that. Good job on that. That's not casting. You can plug it in right there. It's not the right same type of plugs for obvious reasons. Yeah, I don't know where we had it. That's the thing. We did do something for sure. I remember that. Maybe I told you like yeah, but oh yeah, but that's the thing. That's this. Which is fine, but it's wrong, but it's fine. The space in between the dot and the first line is wrong compared to the other ones, and we can't really move that dot somewhere else. So we need to have it extended, and I don't like it. Packed. Hi, welcome in. You may have seen, if you have received the update on Android, you may have seen that the Android version now have the translations in the settings for CAN. It's not entirely working, but it's there. It works to an extent with kanji definitions and dictionary definitions, but they are still in English in the quizzes, and the rest of the app is still in English for the Android app. But yeah, that has been pushed to the Android version. So if you are interested in that, and I know you wanted it, so yeah, it might be working. I've been struggling to put it in place in the quizzes. It's been like 6 days. It still doesn't work. And I kind of understand why it doesn't work, but I also don't understand why it doesn't work because it should work. And yeah. Good. Appreciate it. So yeah, so you have French now, and there is also Italian, German, um, Spanish, and Portuguese. Italian and German are available for the dictionaries, not for the kanjis, which is pissing me off because it doesn't match. And it's the same thing for the iOS version. I need to make the Italian translation and the German translation for the kanjis as well. That is taking me a long time because there is 13,000 kanjis that need a meaning, at least one. So, yeah, and some of them have like 6 meanings. Yeah. So yeah, it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while to have all the translation good and available. But we will get there at some point. Anyways, back to this. Yes, we do have Chromecast, and so it, if we use Chromecast as the base of the icon, maybe Stony we could have that. And but that's an option. And then you said something that I didn't read because I don't read stuff. You said you remember my old logo. I had the base icon with something turning it into a U specific logo. I do remember your old logo. I don't remember. Good. I mean, if it's something, I want to know. I appreciate it. If it's broken and it's buggy, yes, I need to know. I need to fix the things. So yeah, send away. Send everything. Appreciate the test. Really? Oh, it's a fucking underscore. My bad, my bad, my bad. Oh. So from what you say, I think I understand. You want this and this as a combination, as in it would be casting from No Mercy logo style thing, right? I think that's what you said, or at least that's what I understood. You want a full logo as branding. You're using words that make sense together, but makes no sense. A full logo is the branding, so yeah. You basically want one of these as your full logo, as an image that is the image that would be used for No Mercy casting as a separate product. That's what you're saying? Yeah, I see. And you're saying that because you are doing No Mercy effortless encoder, No Mercy player, No Mercy casting as different apps, right? That's the concept that you have. That's a more complex thing to do because you need, like, as you said, you need a full branding for different apps and different projects that you have. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I do. I do. The thing that I don't like though is if we want consistency across all of the apps together to have like one united brand, No Mercy, whatever product, you kind of need, or at least on our side, we kind of need to have one file with everything, and this file is already extremely heavy and bigger than it should be for Figma. Most of the files right now, Figma and most of the Figma users on Twitter and on other platforms are complaining about the fact that Figma is extremely slow lately because they have made some changes. And so, um, nah, is annoying. But yeah, specifically for you, Jan, I had something come up today on Pinterest. Mainly visuals, but there has been like a ton of these on my feed for today, which I think match entirely with the vibe that you kind of like and the thing that we talked about on Monday, including Dabshi. Hi, welcome on in. Including some of the, god damn it, some of the examples that I had in mind, like these and like the other one, which obviously now that I didn't like them, they are nowhere to be found. But like shit like this, or I need the one that I had. Oh god damn it. Um, gonna do the pull-ups and then I'm gonna find them. The While I found those, the name of the illustration style that we had used to be Tokyo illustration, which are bicolor, usually black and white, but they can be like pure red, pure black, like very much contrasty things. And Tokyo illustration is something that you can find as reference for that type of illustration. Could. Could. Yeah, actually, that's something that I need to do now. Need to do now. What's the thing? Dang. That's really cool. I like that a lot. This is just a GIF. GIF. And it's really cool. It looks nice. The thing is, we don't have access to the website. Like neon.opacity.ru doesn't exist, and I haven't tried opacity.ru. That's for sure, which is probably the initial website. But Neon is something that I get like a 4 or 3, and they do have Raptor there. Cool. Well, basically, that is the people that I was talking about last Monday, where they had built these holographic elements and these specific things that are projectors and interfaces that they pushed into the wild of the city. They basically just use that handheld projector to project things into elements. So they just do graffiti with projectors, meaning that they are ephemeral graffitis in a way, and you can just have like a piece of art for a wall that stay there for like 3 seconds, the time it takes to take a picture or video or something. And the whole project is really cool. Their whole concept with the way that they have designed these like circular elements, but also the languages that they have added, which is kind of obviously a derivative from Russians. Really cool, at least to me. And they have like these things that they just play with in the wild. Shit like this, just sent through the wrist and all that. Um, so that cool stuff, and the entirety of their website contains like a ton of these elements that I was talking about, and that is basically the type of vibe I had on Monday when you described the project and the idea you had. So yeah, can't wait for the scroll position stock selector to go mainstream. It's a really nice quality of life CSS solution. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But you look at this, so nice. Sorry. They have like these illustration type, like the first one that I shared, which is really, really similar, but also very much manual and organic in the line weights, the line vibration, the fact that it's non-perfect and still really cool. So all of that is, I don't know if we have the details. I don't think we do. Yeah, we don't. All of that is project that I saw when it came out, which is a long time ago, but apparently this one is from 2 months ago. But yeah, this is from 2015. That's the thing. When a position sticky element gets stuck to the top or bottom, yes. There is no CSS way to make that gives you the ability to style it without using CSS with section observer. Huh. Let me read that. Or at least click on it. Don't know if I will read the entire thing. Yes, English is hard for me as well. Stuck state, snap state, scroll state. Huh. So basically, as instead of having the thing that has this in-between state that is kind of weird, it's just as soon as the state change, it goes into the secondary state CSS, which is really good. I do appreciate that, yeah. That's good. Chipulis, hi, welcome on. How are you? How have you been? You've been out for a while. That is cool. Cool stuff. I agree. Yeah, so that is not based on position, it's based on state. And so as soon as the container enters its position potential within a certain amount of pixels, yeah. How do you know about relative colors? Kinda. I think I do, because it's basically what I build, but I don't name them like this. So I think I do. Yes. Yes. It's when you want to create a color palette that is harmonized through the entirety of the page, you use the OKLCH values, which is basically what we used to have with the regular HSL, with the lightness, like hue, lightness, vibrancy, hue, saturation, lightness, or HSB for brightness. Same thing that we used when we wanted to create color palettes that just have a singular value that changes, which is you define your S and L, and then your H, your hue, is what changes to ensure that if you change your theme, you then gives the whole thing, the whole palette, the whole shades and tints working through at the same time. So yeah, I did read upon that on their first web dev thing, which obviously, like web.dev, I think that's the from a long, long time ago now. But yeah, it's mostly, so I do agree with the loss of brighter color, but you can also always, isn't it css.dev? Yeah, it is. It's I'm saying yeah, it is because I saw the yellow thing, but no, that's CSS battle. That's not the right thing. It's not the right thing. It might have been this one. It is web.dev. Yes. I was right. It is web.dev, and that's where I kind of learned about it in 2022 for the first time. So yeah, we're losing things in terms of brightness, but we can always have a combination of both. You can always have the LCH and an RGB. Like you can use your LCH for most of the things, but then if you want something that just stands out, you can just have an RGB somewhere. It's not necessarily an issue. Not the best option, but it does work. So I do like the concept and the ID, specifically like these ones. I do like that a lot because at the end of the day, you just need like a darker color and a lighter color, but with all of that, the LCH to be able to just say, well, you just want this thing to be 10% lighter. And then that's that. That's it. That's all you need. You just say 10% lighter and you're good. So, you know, that. But it's the exact same thing as using the HSL, HSB thing and just changing the hue. It's not as harmonious, which is why like the LCH is a tad better. In terms of vibrancy, just LCH is good. The OK LCH less bright. I agree with that, as you can see here. But there is so many. There's so many. But yeah, that whole article, which is from 2022, is still good. It is still good. And that, again, this being like a project from 2015, at least to me, has been really, really good to see and follow and see what they have been working on. If they have been working on Cyberpunk 2027 is 2077 is good as well. It's a good representation of their work. But yeah, these things have been, to me, really good, and their creations have just been really simple. And so, yeah, and for you, for your creation, meaning that kind of cybertech omniscient thing, I feel like these shapes and these concepts could be extremely good for like your creations. Not necessarily like the for UI, like it could be just simply photos, buttons, elements here and there that have like shit like this going on, which is kind of crazy, I agree. But, you know, sometimes a little bit of tiny things here and there can be really cool. There was like another creation, that whole thing. I don't want to build my own. I do have the design already. I do think at that instant the UI on desktop in darker, like in pure black, is better, but there is so many things that needs to happen in order to make it feel like at market level. Is gonna need so much. Like if you compare Twitter current state, which is kind of, but also like Twitter current state when it comes to posting something, you have so much more stuff that should be here. Like there should be a way for you to send formatting data. Like if you have text and you just select the O and you want that to be bold, you should have the ability to do that in a text-based interface. There is, to me, a lack of border and corner radius here, like this. What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? There is the lack of like planned post, which is what I use every time I'm going live on stream. I plan the post that's going out at 37, like 6:37. Today it was 5:37. Went out saying that I'm live, which is not exactly at 30, so it feels like an organic post, which is wrong, but still the case. It feels organic. That that this needs to happen here. Like there needs to be a teeny tiny thing here. That is useless. Like you should have shit like the colon I for like the same thing that Slack is doing. That's something that needs to happen as well. Which you type colon something and it basically triggers this. Like that makes so much sense. But I mean, there is a lot of things that they need to put in place for me to feel at home, and right now it's not the case. And I know that there is like a ton of work on their ends to make the app much better and more closer to what Jack had in the first place on Twitter, which makes sense. But it's just like kind of, yeah. I don't know. I have like the product that we had with White Panther and other streamers for devs that was like a Twitter-ish duplicate for dev content specific, built on another kind of similar protocol. That was a thing. So I have a bit of a UI which is desktop only for now, which I can reuse for that if I wanted to. But again, there is so many other people that are using the HTTP protocol right now to build other apps that are competitors slash new apps compared to Blue Sky. The thing that I don't have the ability, or that I wouldn't be able to do, is the sustainability of an app. Even if the app is just done and released and then everyone can use it, there are things that still needs to be paid for, and licenses and servers and all that, and that isn't in my abilities. So by using Blue Sky as a base for their infrastructure and all the things that they have, yes, that's an option. But it's just I don't know. I don't know. I just know that the idea of Alan has also a kind of HTTP protocol app in the work that is based on devs as well mostly, but has like a lot of blocks building when you're sending something, which is pretty interesting. Napoleon? No, something. God damn it. Marmalade, hi, welcome on. This is indeed aesthetic. How are you? So that's a thing, but it's just that's the thing, Chipulis. That's something that I don't like. Like I know I said that years ago, and I will say it again. But Blue Sky is a free app that is free and accessible, and they are producing something that is open source in the protocol that would be used everywhere more than time. Work on it. That's their goal. And someone is taking that thing and they're just saying, well, that's the base. I'm adding this, and because I'm adding this teeny tiny Lego block on top of the thing that already exists, you have to pay me. And I don't like that. It feels wrong to me. There is something really, really American, capitalistic, um, in my views, that just says, well, there is something that exists. It exists for free. I styled it better, and you get it for free. Um, because it's just a different style. And if you want to give me like a coffee or donate to the devs, whatever you can, but it's not necessary. That's the main point. Like it's the main thing that I have. I mean, main thing that I have, kind of, but kind of the main thing that I have here, where the app itself
Bad, AOA, bad.
is fully free, and anything that is freely accessible on the internet, you have access to in the app. And the thing that I have built myself, almost, but most of the things that are in the dictionaries, the thing that are like added content, yes, that that's the that's the thing that you need to pay for. But yeah, I don't I don't know. It's just weird to me. Um, I think the things without revenue will die off. Yes, 100%. I agree with that. I'm not happy with it. But yes, I I agree with it. I don't like Mastodon. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just want things that are free in the first place to remain free. Like if I don't know, if I were to build a Wikipedia alternative, I don't know, I would never. Wikipedia is free. The content on Wikipedia is pretty good and accurate to an extent. And if I were to create the same thing with the same data, but not for free, I don't know how I would feel about it. It's just weird. So yeah, I did kind of catch the American Less TikTok. I do know exactly what happened, and people are like speculating and all of that, and it feels really simple to understand if you have like two brains there and you know how tech works. Um, it's pretty obvious, but yeah, I feel like the current state of TikTok is um, they they said, well, we need to put you um, into you as in the Orange Man into the spotlight, and you get on a beef with us, which is the same thing as YouTuber beef. Like if you have all and like in your lifetime followed YouTuber beef, as in I don't know, the first that comes to mind is Logan Paul and KSI. They are like beefing each day, beefing, beefing, beefing. Oh, we are a partner and we are building something together out of nowhere. Anyways, so that's probably what happened. There is a massive corporation that is beefing with a massive corporation, and they work together, but no one knows that they work together in order to be a more massive corporation. So that is what happens, and then um, the person that instigated the drama kind of saved the drama so that they are in the right light, which is not the case, but because most of the people that are in there don't see the rest of the content, that's a thing. For me, what happened is there will be or what I think will happen is there will be a sale of TikTok US, but not TikTok in other places, as in they will split the company into multiple entities for multiple countries and have the American entity be sold, but the rest of the entities, like the Canadian entity, the French entity, every time that they have like an office in a country, that will remain as a separate entity off, which is the funny thing as TikTok America is banned from China. As soon as you know that, like, yeah, the entity, the version that they have in China doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, and the version that is in China is extremely popular. The one that would remain on the American soil as an American company would be good. The thing that happens for me in the 12 hours of ban, they basically switched on that, ensured that everything was working properly, that the servers were separated properly, and so now they can just have their split, like their company splits, so that the American version stays on the American soil, and then the servers can communicate together to like still push the American content to other countries, but still have like the creation from other countries to the US as well. But that will not happen much. Anyways, all that to say, it's fake beef, and I'm not vegan, so that I don't care. It's just, you know, that happens. But yeah. So the Chinese one, Douyin, is the official TikTok that has the Chinese in them. The the thing that is fun, I kind of shared that with Kat earlier. Um, the TikTok that I have here on my phone um, doesn't exist anymore. Like the app that I have on my phone doesn't exist. It's not in store. And so the fun part is if I'm going into the store and I'm looking for TikTok, which is, usual stuff, the app that I'm seeing is this one. And this one is the TikTok Global Community, which is an app that I apparently not have on my phone because I have the Get at the top, which means that this one is not the one that I have. So that's interesting. And then they have TikTok Lite, which I used to have and I don't have anymore. But the one that I do have on my phone doesn't exist. And the fun part for me is that when I'm going into the apps that are here and I'm looking for TikTok, I do have TikTok from December 24th, but when I open it, I can't open it. Like it can't connect. The TikTok Lite is no issues, but the TikTok that is on my phone that has the update available, it can't connect. And yeah, esports, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? That's fun. Life is pretty good. Life is pretty good. It's interesting to see like things happen. But yeah, so that's a thing, right? That's a thing. And then the Chinese version, which is this one, has like a ton of content and a ton of other things. Obviously, it's the same type of stuff. For me right now, my feed is mostly these because I love writing and learning how to write characters fast in Japanese, so that's good. Um, but also, like, obviously, there is a ton of tech related stuff. There is a ton of ass to an extent, not the same, not the same ass, but you know, um, still ass. And then obviously there is my post of cakes and flowers because that's what I do. And I'm trying to have the most symmetrical feed of everything on the right and left. It's just like one after the other. You just alternate one, 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 one. And there was a cat at some point, so that kind of fucked up the entire thing. But yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that's fun stuff as well. So Xiangshu is different, nonetheless.
4Alovec_Piker is now following.
And esports, you're welcome for the Figma knowledge. If you have more questions, feel free to ask. As always, highly appreciated to have questions. Today is officially a C day, which is a creation day. We need to create stuff, whatever it is. If it's knowledge on your side, that's creation on my side for you, right? I'm creating knowledge for you. That's fine. But you decide. If you have more questions, feel free to ask. You're on Dora right now? Well, have fun on Dora. And Ilovek, I'm guessing. This is an A at the start. Or Pika. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate that. How are you? Who are you? How did you find this one? And yes, the phone feed is connected through because I'm macOS streaming, and so macOS streaming is that easy. You just plug your phone as with a cable, and you have OBS just recognize it as a secondary screen, and it can just capture. And yeah, that's how it works. So that, let me go back in chat. I feel like I missed some things. I did the same thing for iPad at some point. So yeah, the thing that I do like about the symmetrical feed is because right now on Xiangshu it's 2 columns when you're on someone else's profile or your profile. If you have 2 types of content, it will always be symmetrical. So if you post a flower on one day, it's on the left side, and then you post a cake on the next day, it's on the left side, but then you post a flower again, and it pushes the other one underneath. So you have like left and right. That makes a lot of sense. So you know, that's really nice. I knew I missed some stuff. Yeah. Kina, hi, welcome in. And Denny, hi, as well. Yes, we're posting cake. Always posting cakes. Cake is good. We love cakes. Any type. Kaliel, hi, welcome in. Everyone at the same time. It's crazy. But yeah, that's the good thing, going back to the server cost and the app related content stuff that I have. This is on device, like fully on device. If you lose your phone, you lose your progress. If you buy a new phone, you lose your progress. You can't really transfer data unless you are on an iPhone and you fully migrate user data through the iPhone transferring process. The Android transferring process doesn't work entirely good. It does, but not entirely. So that is a bit of a sad stuff, but everything is on device. There is no downloading stuff. There is no. I mean, the only thing that we do is check that the user has a subscription or not, and that's the only real, like, kind of internet connection that is necessary. Where if you don't have anything, you're gonna stay and remain in the free tier, and if you buy a subscription, you have that subscription for the amount of time that it's supposed to be allocated to you, and then at the end we do basic like web check if you still have an active subscription. If that is the case, then we leave you alone. If that's not the case, we put you back in free tier. But that's it. And if you want to buy coins, you need the internet, but that's it. Um, you know, other than that, everything is on device, and I don't want stuff everywhere else. So this is native. This is native iOS and native Android as well. Like I have both, which I can't really showcase my screen, my Android screen on the screen, but it's the same. To an extent, it's not the same order, but then these two are the same kind of thing. Which, goddamn, that angle stuff doesn't really work. I need to be like here so that you can see it. No, not even. How much is there? There? What the fuck? What's the luminosity thing not working? Well, that's weird. Anyways, it works on both. Danny, I saw your question. I don't know if I'm ready to take it all in, but you can ask. We'll see. But yeah, that's the thing. This is a Japanese learning app. You have the ability to just learn characters. Like this is Q and that work, and I know, like by practice, like if it's the right one, the wrong one, you make a mistake, you have to buy a new life, all that shit, gamification of learning. But it's really helped me to go faster into learning kanjis, specifically like the first N5 section, because nowadays I have everything in like kind of fully mastered, because it's just it's that easy. So yeah. Um, Nuru is usually sexual related messages where you are, legally speaking, body to body contact without any sexual activities, but you are kind of naked, both of you. And yeah, legally speaking, just skin contact. And not legally speaking, shit could slip in. Could. Don't. But yeah. And yes, I do need more practice. I don't know why that fucking screen doesn't really work, because like this one kind of does fine. Like I can show you. It's just rainbow screen, but it's just working. The thing is, Nuru is specific, and the massage industry, specifically in Japan, is wide, and there is a ton of things. You have the men's aesthetic, which is basically the same thing, but it's like kind of not naked massage, but you're kind of, I mean, you are naked, she's not naked, not entirely, kind of, not at first. It depends. And you have soap, which is kind of the same thing, where you basically both take a bath. And because, like, multi-gender baths are a thing in Japan, and because there is a bath, things can happen in the bath, and it's a private bath, so you don't know what happens. So legally speaking, it is authorized, but the activities are to the discretion of the client and the person. It could be, by the way, it could be a man, it could be a woman, both works. There is the regular prostitution, which is not legal but heavily used, and therefore not regulated. The thing that is good is the fact that the woman is usually more in power in a way, in terms of if something happened, the blame is put on the client rather than on the woman itself or the man, like the prostitution, because it is kind of seen as if it was against your will, like that something happened. There is in the law of Japan, I don't know the law everywhere, but in the law of Japan, the act or the sexual act for money is not legal. So if you buy a piece of candy and then you fuck, you bought a piece of candy and then you just had chemistry and things happened. So that's a way around it in there, and it works. You know. So that's the thing. The Nudu is a bit different. It's also like kind of worldwide as well. Um, but yeah, they one of the reason why it's not entirely um, like regulated is because most men are using it. Like it's part of the culture for some reason. Geisha and other like companion is a thing that has been in Japan and in a lot of countries for thousands of years, and therefore they're fine with it. It's just like some people have deemed it less politically correct than others. There is a specific woman that is, I think she is, or she wants to be elected as a district-ish mayor kind of thing. And she used to be, or still is, I don't know. I don't know enough about her. But her posters of marketing for her campaigns have usually been her kind of naked in suggestive positions, saying like "vote for me," and yeah, that's the fun thing. But because she's like a state elected type of level thing, it's fine. You know, Japan. It doesn't work entirely. That's the thing. It's kind of sad. I wish. Let me see if I can just um, um, I don't. Yeah. Good, perfect. They did the work for me. Um, this one specifically is a candidate, or was a candidate. This is like from a bit ago. She's mostly not dressed in that whole thing. She's basically laying down on her belly with the legs up, and yeah, and it's next to these people that like very traditional pictures. So yeah, um, That's the thing. But Japan overall has a very broad um, range of things in the sexual entertainment, which is heavily used, not regulated enough in terms of safety for everyone. So um, important thing to know. Um, yeah, the thing is the politics, and I don't know enough about it, so I can't really talk about it. But the politics in general is how do you appeal to the people that are similar to you, and or how do you appeal to the marginalized group in order to have their vote. So if you know that the sex industry is extremely used, or that the recreational drugs like smoking weeds, other drugs are kind of regulated in the country, but you don't think that it should be, like mushrooms and weed should be like legal, but or should be regulated to an extent. Like you shouldn't have like 5 kilos in your house, but if you have like a bit on you and you can just use it for recreational use, it's fine. These people basically bet on the fact that yeah, other people agree with them, therefore they would vote for them. So that's the same thing for her. Like she has that kind of ID. What the fuck is this nose today? Yeah, yeah, but just 1 kilo is fine. Like five is a bit much. Like if you have enough to retail, I understand that there is a bit of a legislation about it, because if you are doing retail or resale, then you should be a business. And then there is nothing wrong about it. But if you just want that, um, I do think you should just be a business that has the ability. So you just have your license, you have your producer, and you have your 50,000 kilos or tons in your homes, or not homes, hangars, and you're good, and it's fine. I think the legislation and the regulation should be good, like for all things. So sex work as well, recreational drugs as well. For me, the ones that are, or the legislation that should happen is also, actually, welcome back for the pull-ups again. The legislation, the thing that should happen or needs to happen for me, in my views, is it will happen anyways. Like it will be sold. The sex work will be there. Weed will be there. And how can we ensure that the person that is doing or giving the service is as safe as possible? Like anyone should be safe in their work, and that's yeah, that. I mean, that's for me. That's a me ID. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't mind people that are heavily consuming, right? Uh, Set up a business and have the supply and be good with it. That was close. And just I mean, I wouldn't mind. I think it should be an option. Like if you are someone that is heavily into things, consumption of things, whichever things it is, and you need or you would like to have a business to sustain your consumption, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's pretty much a good idea. Man Brave, hi, welcome on in. I'm looking for a specific picture on my things, but I should have a business. Like I should. That comes in my home almost every month. Not every month exactly, but almost every month. I have delivery of 4 crates, and yeah, and they just are delivered, and that's for my months. I have like one half a case that is left from the previous months, and I will need to refill before the end of this month, and that's it. But if I had like a business and it was legal for me to haul all of that and just get the license to resell them, I would just open a store and just have a partnership with the producer, because that would mean that instead of paying them um, 1.8 per can, I would pay them probably 80 cents per can, because I would have a pallet, like a full pallet, delivered in the store, and I have that somewhere, and I just have a fridge. And that would be great for me. And I'm not sure, but if I had the funds to start that type of business, I would do that instead of design. Because it's way easier for me to just have access to these. And I'd be fine with it. You know, because that's a product-based business. So if you had, or if you wanted to, have the ability to buy something in bulk to sustain your consumption, but you need to make a business out of it, I'm not against it. I think it's a good idea. Um, yeah, not really. Like that's the thing. Like think about it. You have. I'm currently spending $20 per 12. So it's more expensive for me to like just buy a can on its own outside. One can for me, if I'm buying it where I can have them, it's either 250 or $3 per can, and right now I'm getting them for 1/16. Chris, hi, welcome in. And so that it wouldn't really tap into my profit. It would just tap into the I'm getting 2 a day, that's my usual consumption. I wouldn't go above that anyways. And I would just have multiple flavors, multiple brand, multiple things available, and therefore I would test out stuff to make sure that I can recommend things to clients. But I wouldn't consume that much. So, you know, like 2 a day per month would mean that I would need to sell 3 a day to offset the cost. And if I sell all of them for like $3 a can, because it's import and all of that, I can sell one can. It's to me the cost of 6 because I'm getting a pallet. So I don't think, it is as simple as that. I mean, for goods, like consumable goods, it is as simple as that for me, at least. If you're a one-person store and you factor on or in the cost of shipping, the cost of packing, the cost of electricity, rent, all of that into your prices, you basically have the ability to just mark up the product that you have, sell one for the price of two that you are paying, with all of that factored in, and then you're pretty good. You sell three, you basically have one for free, and Then you have to pay your taxes on top of that, but that's a different thing. It is that simple. Like the goods and consumption is that easy. Time is not that much. It depends where you are and it depends what you do, but time is not that complicated. It depends. Right now, I've been unemployed for 19 months, so apparently zero. And if I had a C4 business for 19 months, I would probably have enough money right now. Like, I put the store in the empty spot that is right next to the gym where I go to. I am making banks. There is no question. Like, way more than I can make as a designer. Or not as I can make, as I made as a designer, for sure. For sure. The only thing that I made, again, is the money that I'm making on Twitch and YouTube, which YouTube is zero. Twitch is $100 per month and a half. Then when I have a client, which doesn't happen often, but when I have a client, uh, I might make right now 2 to 3K. Yeah, the spot is empty for a reason because it was a laundromat type of thing, like a retouch, like clothes retouch thing, and they moved to another location that is a bit outer. And if I take that spot specifically, I have a gym almost in front of it. And the reason why I have C4s in my house is because I discovered it at the gym. But yeah, that's the rent that I'm talking about, Manbrave. You still have um, you still have to pay rent if you have an office. You still have to pay electric. You still have to pay for supplies if you're a designer in a studio or something. Like all of these things cost the same way. It's just that it's not as sustainable in a way. But yeah, yeah. If you have a storefront, it's a bit doubled to an extent. But yes, I could make a machine. Yeah, I could make a vending machine, C4 vending machine, install that in um, the gym, and then I take, I don't know, certain amount of profit in there. Um, yeah, that's Manbrave. That's what I enclose into rent. Like everything is in rent. C4 is not accessible. That's why it's popular. Like if you have a Monster Energy vending machine, you can have Monster everywhere, and so you would have like things, like yeah, very cheap. Like in Japan, you have Monster Energy vending machines that are specific to monsters, and you have all of the things there. But you also have in these vending machines in Japan, because Japan is for vending machines, you have coffee, you have tea, you have water, you have other drinks, and all of that is profitable overall. But yeah. Anyways, details. Details. You sent me this, and you said something that will wow you. That's what you said. Let me refresh to see if there is like an animation. There is no animation. Um, yeah, not that. It's the same thing as the um like the brainwave game controller. I can't type. Um like some of the first of these I played with in 2014 at a maker convention in France that basically had a game that you'd had to focus on having a ball fly up. And the more you focused on, the more it flied up and you could gain points. And it had a single task: go up, and if you stopped you lost focus, went down. And they could change the ball, and it was like a Hatsune Miku type of thing at that time. But that, right? So because I have seen these tech in 2014, now when I'm seeing it now with the progress that they've made, I'm like, yeah, cool, they've made progress. But I'm not wowed by it because it's just something that I have seen in the past. So same thing for the chessboards. The automated chessboards that just magnetically move the pieces for you, for the opponent, that has been available for decades in my eyes. So I'm not wowed by it. I think, technologically speaking, hologram, like real holograms that you can see from every angles, be specific to your eyes and not really like anyone can see the thing with their angles, that would wow me to an extent. I have still seen these already, but these were using smoke screens. So that's the thing. 1 second. Fix something. So yeah, I don't know if it's like if it was marble, I don't know if it would be wowing me. 549, I think the only reason why they are saying that is because it's just AI. That's the that's the point that makes it 549. But in reality, chess is so easy. Like there is only, I know there is a lot still, but there is only a certain amount of total combination possible, and it's a lot, but it's not like impossible to just have with an if else combination. It's basically what it is. Like based on the difficulty, you can define how much things work. The fact that right now it's said with AI, I'm like, it's gonna be shit because it's gonna try to do stuff that it's not supposed to be, where computer assisted or computer program, chess program already has all of the moves pre-set up. So if you move your like your bishop somewhere, or if you move your fool somewhere, I don't think for something in English. I think that's something. Anyways, king, whatever. Based on where the other things are on the board, there is only a certain amount of thing that can happen to ensure that the party continues. So, it's just like, to me, not that impressive, because it, like, the initial uh, like this thing that we had since 1990 something has been probably doing the exact same work, if not better, on your computer. There is a chess game on macOS since some of the first versions, and it, like, it was weird, but was still already an automated thing that would think and move pieces based on the program, which is the same thing as the AI move the piece. Anyways, I'm not ducking on the fact that you were wowed by a chessboard, but for me, that a chessboard that is automated is the same thing as these that I played with when I had a Mac that looked like this, like like these. Like, that was my first computer, and yeah, there was the chess game on it, and I played it. So yeah, that's the thing. I guess that's the main point, because I have seen things for so long. Um, I do think that wowing me with tech is going to be really complicated. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that it's just, yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that many times. It exists. It has existed in multiple iterations, and it's still a good thing to have, like, new iterations, new versions of the game, new versions of the boards, all of that. But yeah, it does look nice. I do agree with that. The thing is, when you play with a computer, like on chess.com, it's the same thing. And it's not an AI behind it. And maybe they have trained it with, like, a AI model of how X person play. But at the end of the day, it's just a program. It's not AI. It's just like, yeah, we've logged into all of the moves that that player is doing, and then we just fit them to you based on your moves. So yeah, I guess. I guess. What was I about to do? I think I was saying something about building my own blue sky. I don't think it's a good idea. Um, I don't think it's a good idea. And Stony, you want your own branding for how many apps do you have? I need that now. I need to know that. What do you have? You have encoder, player, screencast. Also, Danny followed me back, apparently, with the green profile picture. I saw that earlier today or yesterday. I forgot. That was fun. Um, yeah. So yeah, that's the question. Which one do you want, need, something? Yeah. she probably has stuff to do. Maybe I said something that doesn't work. I don't know. Um, so yeah, just give me the things, the names, the content. Because if we need that to be like another option, I have IDs, but yeah. To the server app, the cast are the main ones for now. I see. Uh, that's the first ID. I don't think it's a good ID. I'm gonna wait a second so that I have another ID coming in. It works though. But now that I have done this one in my head, we can move on to something different. Um, Tell me about it. Like, it just cast. I know just is a bit of a. But yeah, I know. Ah, shit. So, yeah, I know. I know. I know. Huh. You don't have. I mean, you don't have. I didn't do a good job. I mean, I did an okay job, not a good job. Um, that's interesting. That's good to know. That is good to know. I want this, and this to be out. And I guess these are the points. Let's see. So, I know you don't know what I'm doing. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be okay. Which one is the closest to a point? I guess this is the closest, which means this is the closest, and then that is the other side. God damn. Yeah, that might be a tad complicated too. Mainly because of the size. I don't think you've ever seen that Actually, not, you know, but I don't. I have doubts now. You said that. I don't know. I'm unsure. We could have it a tad tighter, like somewhere around here, to help. So that would give us this, and then we can have like a third somewhere around here to get the same amount, roughly. It's not exactly right because because it is wrong. Yes, 100%. But the idea in my head was to have the play button reversed um, and kind of work with it, which is wrong right now because these are concentric instead of being like mapping the play button itself. That's the first thing, which kind of works in the sense of you as the first I point is sending to another device. So that was the idea, but it is the reverse of the No Mercy server because the server is where you are playing from, which is there, and you are playing to. So I had that in mind, combined with these, having the play and the I, and then the other section being like the Wi-Fi thing. But it would be too small, or it would be too wide overall to have like basically there in terms of width or size, which is, well, almost double the size of the logo, so that's not good. But that concept is okay, not good. Okay. And you know, not working. So that's the thing. Yeah. I mean that's the initial logo. Like that logo is play pose forward at the same time. And so here you want to cast. So you want to be able to send data out. Like that is the concept. So you need that to be half the size. Actually, I don't think I agree. You be back as in you Terminator be back, or you be back as in you are back? I see. Good. Welcome back. Did you have the package? Do you have the package? Nope. Good. I'm not saying I told you so, but I kind of told you so. That is very, very much um, French of them. That's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. Yeah. Why you cropped? Oh, because of that. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't work. So the cast is separated from the player. Basically, it is a secondary thing. The mindset that Stony has right now, or at least from what I understand and from what I'm guessing, is Tony want to split most of the subsidiary elements of No Mercy to like basically have the player, the encoder, the casting, the page, the data fetching as separated entities that can work together as Lego bricks so that people could potentially have the ability to say, well, I just need the cast and the fetch, but I don't need the rest. And I can build a project based on that through open source. I feel like that's the mindset, or at least that's how I perceive it. And so, with that in mind, if you think about it in terms of business perspectives, it is easier to have multiple entities or multiple things to say, well, you can have access to this thing for that amount of money, and then you can have access to this thing for that amount of money, and it's a bit of a different amount every time. So that's a thing. Not saying that it is the exact case, but it could be the case. Yeah. That pisses me off though. That's a very Figma thing to do, and that's just not working. I don't like it. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Um, I don't know. The thing is, it's a cast icon, so basically, um, isn't that my logo right there? That's crazy. Like that. That's crazy. Goddamn. Uh, that's not true. It's not my logo. It's just an A. These are options. Like arrows are gonna be pretty good. Like specifically that one. Right now, as of this instant, in here, that's the remote of the cast. So that's the thing. It's easy. It's simple. But it's used through. So yeah. I don't want to do the usual thing of having the play button in the play button form. Because if I'm taking that, which is what I did earlier, like let's go back here. But if I'm taking this and I'm saying, well, these things or all these things are supposed to be together, and they are gonna be reversed because that's a play button. If I'm doing this, to me it looks as if the entity that I am now is receiving or sending back to something. Like it's not going to the entity, it's going out of the entity in the past, which is wrong. But it's a play button, so it kind of works. Whereas this is sending from me, I, to the outside. So that's the thing. It's not changing the name. God damn it. It's a new product in the same family of product. People don't listen when we talk. That's crazy. That's either that's wrong or it's wrong, but that is wrong. Cool, better. Um, maybe, maybe. I won't be able to do that. That's crazy. That is crazy. Um, no. I'm gonna tell you that now. No, not happening. The ring made of play pose button. Who did that? Who? Who? Um, what do you mean? Surprised. I'm not mean. I'm realistic. Eh, I don't like it. It's not a bad idea, but it's not a good idea either. And I don't think it would work. And it doesn't transpire. Just, I am scared now. It doesn't transpire the same no mercy thing. Ugh. That was mean. I agree. Uh, no, I know it has a meaning, but it doesn't work. Like that's the thing. It wouldn't work for cast because if we just have No Mercy encoder, No Mercy player, No Mercy cast, No Mercy doesn't need or shouldn't exist in the logo itself. Have a good time there. I need to talk about that also, but have fun there. There is the N, which is the No Mercy related stuff. It has the pause button and yeah, dang. Yeah, I mean, it's helpful. Okay, it is helpful to know that you have no future in design. Damn, my tiny ass, right there. Um, yeah. Also, Chris, you asked. Dang. It is feasible. Figma is not the place at all. I would highly recommend you to just go into something like an image generator and build that. But best thing would be to use Blender, not Figma. Yeah. Anyways, have a good rest of your day, Carl. Take care of yourself, as always. Me doing what to you? Nothing. I do nothing. Oh, really? Ugh. Sorry, I saw that exact icon made by someone else, just flipped. Like the page, instead of being to the right, it's to the left. Ah, goddamn. Nonetheless, that doesn't change anything in the fact that this is not really what I'm looking for. If we want something that is like No Mercy cast and No Mercy player and No Mercy encoding or encoder, which gives you peck, player, encoder, cast, peck, you know, all that. That is very specific. I would say my icon, not mine, but my icon has a very good directory into fitness. I should just do that. Like health and fitness. I don't remember if it's this one. I think this one is just health. Is it sports? It is sports. I don't know if they have everything on this file specifically or on this preview, but they do have something specific to like weights and fat loss trainings, all of that. So you could use my icon as a base. Not saying you should buy them. I'm saying you should take a look at the website and use the one that you think are good. Um, Otherwise, eh, exactly what you typed, like icon pack muscle, or icon pack fat loss, or just icon fat loss in here. Um, in Dribble, in Behance, should be good. I should give you enough stuff. Um, I used to when I was building websites. I build my own,
Mom?
but I used to when I was using Sketch most of the time. We were using, I mean, technically when we were using Photoshop and then Sketch, we used a ton of templates because it is the easiest way to go fast and the best way to go fast because you don't need to think much. The recommendation every time is UI 8. I love them. They are a tad expensive, but obviously I'm grandfathered in, so it's I you know. But the whole access lifetime is just like $800. I'm still saying that this is 800, and you get access to the entirety of their things. And if you just buy them one by one, it would cost you $280,000. So that is worth it. Usually, like companies don't want to spend like $700 at once, so they just do basics and they save it for like a month, and then they cancel, and then they come back and forth and all that. The thing is, the UI kit and templates and wireframes and all the things that exist. If you need something specific, let's just scroll there, and I'm looking to build a video conference platform. Done. Finish. Like I buy that for $50. I tweak it here and there. I change the colors because my client wants green instead of blue. I change that. I change the font. I send that to them. They're happy with it. I send that to the dev. They're happy with it. Done. Costed me $50. I did nothing other than changing colors, and it is worth my time in a way to get like a UI kit. This is what we used to do when we were in agencies. Nowadays, I would probably take more time to build like a full app, but also I know that most of the thing that I will find if I had like a mobile app that needs to happen, this is like a schedule app, which pretty simple. But let's say the clients saw these images that I shared as references and said, well, we really like this, but we don't really like the fact that this is like square. We would most likely want this to be like rounded, like fully pill shape. And then maybe these needs to be reworked on. The amount of work that needs to go through on a $35 UI kit, I have 80 screens done. So all of the stuff that I have here is working. Maybe I disagree with, I don't know, that screen. I'm saying like this is shit. This shouldn't be like this. This should be a multi-range instead of this. And the only work that I will have to do is gonna be there, change that component, done. So that is, at least for me, the benefits of UI kits and why I do recommend them. If you don't have anything set up and you have the ability to either get like the all access pass or something else, build yourself a library of things that you can then use in the future as, well, templates. So yeah, would highly recommend. And I should have a fucking affiliate code because I'm giving them so many clients. But yeah. Chris, did you hear me response to this? Or not yet? Or not at all? Hear me? Heard me? Heard me. Yes, cool. Cool, 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 cool. Again, the examples, I'd say. Not really, kinda. But what the fuck you at? There. That is something that I did a long time ago in Blender to have fun with like fabrics and textures and shit. I'm not saying that it's the same stuff that you are trying to build, but it is in the same department of building with fabrics and physics and creating something. Yours is mostly like something that is going to be a light cloth with wind and an interaction in the middle that would be a ball to create like that thing or cylinder in the center with a like a wind thing at the bottom. But that's about it. And that should take you an hour in Blender, whereas me, and I know how to do these, recreating that frame exactly in Figma would take me probably 3 to 4 hours. So I would be faster to do it in Blender with my smallest amount of knowledge than doing that in Figma. And again, Midjourney is going to be even faster. So dang. But yeah, like having fun with the shit like this. It's, you know, that's the idea, that's the concept, that's the... Just have class. Anyways, yeah, I don't like this one, Stony. I know. The reason why I don't like it is because it is the initial thing. So it doesn't work with the tell me what you want to do. I'll do that. Don't don't. You're gonna break everything. See? He broke everything. Ah. So I'm not against it, Stony. Concept wise, I don't and I don't think this would work. I think this, which is wrong, but this would be better. Like if you had roughly the opposite, so you put that in the corner here, and then you put these there, that kind of makes more sense because you are casting from the server to the element in terms of like what it means, what it represents, all of that. That is better. It's still wrong because again, at small size and from far away, this is not going to work. So the other options to just have one. So instead of having like, well, two, just have one element right there that is casting in, but that's also kind of wrong for many reasons. So yeah, yeah, dang, I know how it looks, but it is the same concept. It's the phone that is casting into the device or TV or things. So I get it. I don't. Again, I'm not against it. I am. I'm not. Like I am. I am against it. I understand the concept. I understand why it exists. I don't think it works entirely for the purpose of this. Um, we did a porn site in one of my agency at some point. It was fun. I think it doesn't exist anymore. Um, but yeah, like a designer made porn site, which was really good looking. The thing is, the content was scraped from other porn sites, like most porn sites, and therefore kind of. Um, again, I can't have a porn site on stream. I can't really. I mean, I could design the thing, but it wouldn't be good. Um, there is TikTok porn if you haven't seen that already. TikTok porn is basically um, well, TikTok, but for porn and for shorts video style thing. But I think FapDoc is the name, which is kind of sad. Um, just because it's just wrong. Um, but yeah, it exists. It's also there is also the other version from the creators on TikTok that have like OnlyFans and other things, and these are just leaking everything. So you have the ability to find them. Don't ask me how I know that. You don't know. You don't want to know. It's fine. uh, so this is going to be better in terms of positioning, that's for sure. The outline, if I do so, is going to be somewhere around here. And then we just have that. I'm doing it really wrong on purpose. And then from there, you kind of want to have your entries. Right about there. This is not the same amount of space. I can see that. I could see that. I don't think that would work. Also, actually, that is a very fair point. Shit.
It's muscle time!
God damn. Why? Why? I know why. Yeah, well. I really don't think it's a good idea. Maybe. God damn. God damn. I wish Figma was not that broken. I wish. But you know, that's what happened. Ugh. Ugh. I don't think it would work. And I really think it's bad. Yep. You just want this. You just use that. Just use that. No change of colors. Just pure black in the background, green there. Perfect. Um, this is bad. Cool. Good to know. We knew that already. Um, I think, Stony, I think the concept that you have being mostly like an illustration and not an icon is the reason why this is better overall, and it has like multiple thing. The idea that or the lack of agreement that I have with this is that this look as if you are sending from your phone to the TV, which in reality you could send from your computer to the TV. You could send from your phone, from your tablet, from wherever to basically wherever. If you have like a phone that can cast onto a tablet, you could cast to the tablet if that was a thing. I don't know. But with that in mind, you know, I would say I disagree with that idea of an illustration. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is the AirPlay icon, which I don't remember if we have. We do. That, which is in the same spot as the Chromecast, to me is a better looking icon. And if instead of having that triangle, you have Wi-Fi instead, that makes more sense. But it is more of an icon than it is a logo, so it's different. But it's there. To me, it's better. Huh, interesting. Weird. Yeah, so that's why like an illustration might be better, as in we could use one of the empty states illustration that we have. I guess video casting is kind of weird as a name, but cast video, instead of casting. Like something like this. Bitch! Something like this. Makes more sense to me. Which is basically the same thing that you said, right? But this is like an illustration, so that is different. It's a different idea and different thing. And if it's that, if it's an illustration, then we can do that and use an icon as a base. So, yeah. I do like that as well. I think the background could be what we've done here. Like that. Kind of similar with either the user preferred thing or yours. I don't know how much you have access to. I don't think you have much access to this, so it would be predefined. But if we take that as its base, or I saw my face for a second. What do you mean by that? Ooh, that's tiny. Ooh, that's tiny. It's not tiny. It's a 1920 thing, but it is tiny. If that's the, I mean, to me, that works pretty good. Huh. Huh. Because that is gonna be... That's crazy. That is crazy. How is that not the right color? I don't know. That's a very Green Goblin-ish combo. The app has an icon clearly showing the identity of it. with the play pose logo. I need you to say that again. Oh, that's what happened. You mother fuck. You know, the play pose icon is like Google having its Play Store icon clearly identifying the product. Yeah, you mean that? It is. Well, technically you would. Like if it's just a receiver, then it's a different thing. And that needs a logo, as you just said. But that sorry. I'm seeing things. You see that G instantly recognize it's the overseeing brand Google. See the play icon instantly recognize it's as the Play Store. Yeah, you don't have that luxury yet. Sorry. But it's the same thing as me doing this. You might not know exactly, but you know the three websites that I'm talking about with these three blues. Like in your head, you know. The first one has changed its name, the second one has changed its blue many times, the third one kind of didn't change and changed 3 years ago, but it's really, really close. And that is only because they have been here for so long that you do recognize that. The ability for a brand to say, well, like, roughly, that's our color. Not entirely, this one is a bit too vibrant. But, you know, dang. So, first thing first, your side of things, since your product is themable to its maximum, you don't really have the ability to rely on colors. That's the first thing. Shape is the other option. Um, and in order for Google to be able to then have things that are recognizable, they had something recognizable in the first place for themselves, and then they added that identity to the other product, which means for me right now, if you just have this with the regular switch that you want to do, which is having your accent being the violet accent instead of anything else, that makes sense. The thing is, the cast shape is not a good idea. And I'm gonna explain why in a second. So, I'm gonna go back there. Casting through Google is this. AirPlay through Apple is this. They have distinctive technologies and distinctive icons that people already know. If you create a third one, but you are still using this tech, it is kind of wrong to assume that it's a different protocol tag thing that the user will have. So I would use, personally, the official or initial relatable similar icon as my base, and then have my personal brand logo thing underneath. Maybe that background needs to change, not maybe, it needs to change to match and all that. But that is the point. Well, you can do that, yeah. It's not an issue, but that's also kind of. Oh, interesting. That's also kind of wrong. Ugh. Would work. So we could maybe not entirely though. Not that it matters. But yeah, I mean, I would do that maybe with the no mercy at the top rather than at the bottom, even though both works. Uh, do you have user preferred colors? No, you just have like one thing, so you would be purple anyways. The thing is, using your colors specifically, like if you wanted to have like your um, the app logo, which is this, in here, if the user is not violet, but they love green, and then these icons are purple, makes no sense. Because what they see all the time is red, and if that's purple out of nowhere, just doesn't make a lot of sense. Same thing. If they see the logo there, that makes kind of sense. So that's why I'm not debating, but like saying that maybe having the logo here at the top, that might work. Nope, that's bad. So decomposed for you, you'd have this, which needs to be a frame and not a group. So that makes sense. I need to make sure that this bottom curve doesn't exist as well, because otherwise it's kind of weird and it will break the immersion transition thing that we have right there. And then you have that as the phone, which I disagree with for a second. Yeah, we could use that. Not an issue at all. Not an issue at all. Oops. Ah. Better. Ha. Yes. Yes. I guess. I'm gonna do 12, 11, 11. That's gonna break, but that's gonna be fine. I don't want to use that. Ha. Yeah, well. I could play with it. Bitch. Sorry. You sent an ID? Cool. I'll check that in a second. Lol. You're right. Hi. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Still rigged? Probably. Probably still rigged. Oh, you know what? I mean, I'm seeing things on massive delay, so I don't know. I need to be here to know. Oh yeah, no, rigged. Rigged, 100%. So close. But yeah, Stoney, you could do that. That is not a bad idea to have either like purple as a base or gray as a base if you wanted to, or like the accent color of the user if you have this ability, but I doubt it. As you said, you don't. If you just want it to be gray, you could be gray, and that's simple enough, I think, to just make it work. That linear gradient can go away so that we have this be a gradient that uses these variations. That would be better, I think. So having that here, and then we use slate 3, 2. Which technically, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think slate is going to be the great idea for the background. I feel like if we wanted to make it more accurate, we should use accent. Like accent 3 at the top and accent 1 at the bottom. So that makes sense. And that way, if you have like a different color, if you wanted to have a different color, it still matches the vibe. No, I know it is the action sign thing, but it's basically this with a casting icon, which I don't think we have. It's basically that. Again, not a bad idea on in concept on, you know, that, but today is creation day. So creation, whichever types. I feel like that should be this. Yeah. So that you have the color for everything. So we need to create stuff. That's the goal. And then here, now that I'm looking at it, I'm looking at these things specifically being like slate based. So maybe not the best. We can't really have them in color, that's for sure. Again, if you just want to have it in gray, it would just work through. So yeah. Would work. Would work. It's also a non-destructive vibe, which I do like. I think that's a bit of a better thing. Huh, interesting. How's Chromecast not a thing? I guess. I guess that works for me. Just as assignments so we can inspire each other. Interesting to see different version of a topic or logo, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. But I have no IDs. You want 2 words? uh, yeah, that's the main issue that I have. Because every time that I think about anything, I have seen options, so I kind of expect stuff. How crazy do you want it to be? This is going to be my question. Why does it just, it fades in? All right. Digital vein finder app for blood transfusions. Have fun. That's fun. It's a pretty interesting concept. It's a pretty interesting like space as well. And not a lot of people are working on it. Certainly, I guess that works. I'd say this is fine. Not the best, but fine overall. I feel like the most important thing is going to be which icon do you use inside of the app. Because if we are not showcasing the same icon exactly, that's going to be kind of weird. So if it's in the player, what did I say? In the player, should the PY be the same as PX? No. That depends on you. If you want something that is symmetrical, yes. But it also depends on how you see and how you expect the TV to be. So in here specifically, expecting a TV to be 16:9 is kind of unrealistic, but it could happen. This is more of like 1920x1080, which is not 16:9 exactly. So if this is a placeholder, you want these elements to kind of either stay in the center of the screen or be on the side. So if it's like this, if your TV is like this, which is improbable, you know. Yeah. We don't care about that. Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. You broke everything again. Good job. Yeah, I changed the font. Because we needed the font to be changed. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. It's text. You will change it anyways. How are you, Cybersect? How have you been? How's your weekend? No, how was your Tuesday? So yeah, depending on the TV size, this is gonna change. The only thing that I could say is that if we have the equal, like 95, which is kind of weird, it looks not good. It looks too much on the left side. So like that offset is better. It kind of centers it without really being centered. So yeah. That is a true thing. That is a true thing. It wasn't educational. You wanted to know stuff you're not supposed to know. I am kidding. I'm seeing that this has a shadow, so I'm guessing there is probably an offset. Yeah, exactly. There's an offset of 2. Cool. Good to know. Good that I picked that. So you can make sure, yes, in going back into Nuru as a type of message, yes, it is sometimes this. It depends on the shop, and it depends on you, and it depends on the person that you are with. Depends on the country you're in. Like there are places where it is the initial thing, meaning that it will be message. That's it. And in other places, it is different, as in Japan. But it depends. So you would be better or be better off checking with the shop if it's the thing that happens. They won't say out loud what they do, but they would hint at it. Right? Cool. So yes, Tony, I think that's gonna be the option, the base, the thing, and then I'm thinking, you tell me, would you want to have the main logo as a hint in the background? No, Stony, I can't do that. What I'm saying is that we could have these here as a thing, like we did there. Like we could use that as a background right there. Or maybe right here. Inside of this. I don't know. I'm just debating, checking, maybe putting it here, but much bigger, right there or right there. Like we have options. I'm saying that it could be interesting to have more branding, which because I don't want to have colors in that icon, because the user would have expected colors. So that might be better. I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it might be. Full brightness is not that visible, but I get it. Hmm. So it is a thing. I'm gonna stay in Japan time pixelated when I'm looking at these. These are most likely gonna be the type of thing that happens. But sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just the, as I said, the initial things where it's just a message. Which it depends on the creator that made that video that you are referencing, and where are they from, what do they do, like all of that. Highly depends. Highly depends. What do you mean you put it back? Where I removed it from. I don't like that specifically because I the reason why I moved out the thing to the center, Stony, is because if you have the ability to have this as a layout, I don't want the full thing to be just an image. But if it's just an image, then yeah, do that. I mean, if you want to try it out, you can try it out. There's nothing bad about it. All right. Oh, you can't get me banned. I have enough safety protocols on my own to ensure that there is nothing that would kind of stand out much for reasons. Um, that's cleaner. That's cleaner. The highlight is a tad too highlighted for me still. I don't really understand because these are already like really light at 2% each, so overall like 4% in some places. But yeah, I like that. Yeah. Again, this is me looking at it in full brightness. It's a bit visible, like it is visible, but it's not that visible. Codrin, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? I guess most people TVs are gonna have darker blacks. So that's racist, but yeah. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. We are this close to releasing the app on Android. It's gonna come up like, god damn it, in 2 days, I think. Yeah, in 2 days. So we good. Like the whole full testing, no one tested much. I mean, Pack tested, but there are still things that needs to be ironed out before I can release it to the public, and that's really good news. We do have that thing that I kind of need to review. I mean, you can opt out if you want. Like there is these things that needs to be fixed, which kind of don't exist. Like, I get it. I need to do the same thing here, but because this is like the latest feature, it makes sense that it doesn't have any labels. But most of these things are stuff that I really don't give a shit about. Like there is this thing with the low contrast. Yes, that's the point. And they have this thing with low contrast, which is no, it's not. And here, yeah, I get that. But then here, I don't get that. I understand why they're saying it. It's because the main board is pure white and the background is kind of almost pure white. So, um, so all of that is pretty good news. It might come up, as I said, in 2 days. I doubt that I will have it on the store in 2 days because I need to figure out this multilingual outputs. But yeah, yeah. I mean that makes a lot of sense. Denny, 4 hands, 8 hands makes a lot of sense. Oh, god damn! 90 minutes, $300. Oh, golly. I mean, yeah, but huh? That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't know. Let me see if I have the systems. Yeah. Ha. Japan is a tad different. Obviously, you don't know what I'm talking about. But 90 minutes. Like it starts at 90 minutes. Is 22,000 yen, which currently is 140 bucks, give or take. And there is no option and tipping fee and other things. So for your 600 bucks, you basically could take 6 hours, roughly. Like you take two 180. But yeah, and this is like the first one I could find on Google by knowing how it's called in Japanese and finding that. Anyways. So yeah, other than that, Stoney, I don't think I have any other thing that I would like to add to this kind of splash screen TV thing. I think it's okay. The changes that I just made in the icon at the bottom right to have like the shadow and highlight a bit better defined would help in total. The only thing that I'm debating is the size of the fonts, because I don't know how big it's gonna be if you put this entire thing as an image. Then it might be a tad big. But also the question that I have, or the question that I had before I started rambling, do you plan or do you have the ability to have multilingual support based on the TV language? If so, there is a need for you to check how it looks in each and every languages, but I don't know if the thing is an option, because again, I don't own a smart TV, so I know you can change the language for sure, but I don't know if you can have auto translation based on the platform, or if it's something else. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind if the thing was in like just an image, and it's an English image, and that's it, and you load the image, and that's all it is. That would be enough for me. But you decide. Yeah. If the customer gives me a language of the OS, then the translatable just like any other. It's translatable like any other things. Yeah. Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. Sorry, phone said something. So that's an option. I do think it's simple. That could work. And the thing that I was saying, which we didn't answer, is what icon do you use? Because if you use something, again, that is Oh, that is 81 by 81. That makes no sense. Uh-huh. Um, if you use something that is like not the same icon, it makes no sense. That's all I'm trying to say, god damn it. So if you're currently using this icon, which I appreciate, I would say that we should use at least an icon that is similar, so either this one or the one that I do like better because, you know, me, but, you know, the duotone one might be better. But that depends on you. It depends on the icon that you currently use. If you're using mine,
Mum!
these, then we will use that instead of the current one. That would make way more sense. Then we don't care. Yeah. Again, I do agree that this as an option to just have a PNG with nothing in it and being pixelated and all that wouldn't be an issue. Like, you just export that as a PNG in high enough resolution, and then you slap that as a loaded div thing. That should be enough. As long as it doesn't extend too much top and bottom and cut the text, you should be fine. But yeah, that is pretty good. That's a pretty good overall thing. The other ID that I had, which I won't do, I'm not doing it right now, that's not true, is using that process in here as well. Like, basically using that. You know, for no reason. It doesn't work, but it's fun. Anyways, forget about it. Yeah. I think you don't necessarily need to have the text on screen to be in different languages. I don't think you need to avoid doing multiple languages in the accessibility panels. So if you are using a controller that selects something. It needs to be spoken in multiple languages based on the user language, even if the text on screen is in English. If that makes sense. Like, I think the speaker makes way more sense. But again, the ability or the likelihood of a blind-ish person using a movie platform is limited. Music, yes, but movie, I don't know. Limited. Appreciate the punishment. What do you mean, what? It's the same thing as having music for deaf people. Kind of makes no sense. You know, I know that. That's what I'm saying. That's the ally in what they hear would be mostly like in their language. It's more important than having the text on screen being in their language. If they need that. If it's with the accessibility feature. That's what I'm saying. Not that the language should be just in English and we don't care about the rest. No, the opposite. If you can do one thing because you can't figure out the view version, as you said earlier, just yet, it doesn't work. Just having it as an image, but having the speak button kind of gives you something that is in the language of the user in the meantime. That makes more sense. Or you, what the thing that you can do is do that and huh, interesting. That's broken. Well, you don't miss anything. It's not working anyways. The cast player application is made in Vue, just like the No Mercy app. I don't have the cast sending functionality in the app. The receiver works just fine. Yes. Okay. So what you're saying is you just want this to have as an image, and you have this as an export, this as an export, and this as text, as multiple entities. Alright, cool. Aye. Yeah, you should be good. Would it support light mode? No. You sure? Uh, it would though. That's the good thing. Look how good that texture is. Look at that. Concrete. That is concrete. Pure concrete. It might be a tad strong though, to be honest. That 100% in the background might be a tad strong. A tad strong. Maybe a 60% or a 64% might make it a bit better. To be more diffused. But, you know. Ah. Ah. See? Well, I was right. Cool. So, we good then. We have created something today. The other thing that I had in mind, which I know you didn't talk about it, but bitch. That for what you did here, I think it would be interesting-ish, if possible, to have something that looks closer to remote than this. Not saying that you wouldn't have all of the functionalities, but just buttons that would trigger different things. So having the player, why not? But I don't think it's necessary entirely to have the mini player in the screen itself. If you just had play, pose, next, forward things, would be enough, at least for me. And right now I'm using this one as a very simplistic one, but could be another thing. But having like bitch, having like but also what the fuck? Having a button that says subtitle, having a button that says audio, having a button that says playlist, maybe if that's a thing. I don't know. This would be mostly like a at the top, but yeah. Yeah, there will be menus in the app here. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like you have the menus there. I'm not okay. You once again don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying have a remote that has navigations. I'm saying has a remote like interface to ease the user understanding of what it is. There is no need for the player here. Like that is useless. It is bandwidth using thing. Not useful. The streaming platform, yes, useful. Launch that, whatever. These buttons needs to be much bigger. Like that. Like play pose in the center, forward, backward there. Maybe not like navigation looking, but something that is more or less like a remote in your hand. You don't want to have something that is just a tool. And so your volume control could be volume up, volume down. Your subtitle could be a button with subtitle that just opens the same menu, but it's a button as if it was a button. Know what I'm saying? Like this is a weird thing. This is an understandable thing for people. Like it is easier for the user to just say, oh yeah, we have something that is a bit more complete with a remote that has play pause in the center, which makes more sense. And it has language selection, subtitle selections, has drop down menus at the bottom right there, and then volume control as a volume control button. Like that makes way more sense than this UI, at least to me. So even that, could work. It's not good, but it could work, and it's more remote-like than what you have right now. Again, you said that this is a work in progress, which I absolutely agree with, but that's for my initial take on what it is. I feel like a remote-ish interface would make more sense. And the other thing is, I personally think that the navigation shouldn't be there. As in, that section at the bottom should move out when you are in remote mode, casting mode, because you don't necessarily want to navigate your playlist when you are controlling the TV, play, pause, whatever. I could be wrong. Probably wrong. But still, personally, I wouldn't have this. But yeah, that's the initial idea that I had when I saw that the first time, saying that it may be better to go with something that is more remote-like in terms of ergonomics. Not saying that it would need like the D-pad, because you don't have a D-pad at all. The controls are on the phone. But yeah, simpler UI thing. If that makes sense to you, that makes sense to me. And maybe something that is less like predefined. Like it's I know. But if you are watching a movie and you know that you want the subtitle in English and the current subtitles are in French, there is a high probability for you to know that the subtitles are not in English at all. So having the name of the language, I have doubt. Like it, I'm not sure. And then the same thing. It's if it's spoken in English, I'm unsure about the usefulness of the fact that it's written in English. Again, not against it, but unsure. Reason for that is, hear me out. I don't think there is the name of the language in here, nor is it in there. I know that specifically in lately Optimum Tech latest video has been, where is it? There. This one has, bitch, it's loud. This one has multiple audio tracks and you can hear it in multiple languages. That doesn't mean that it will display it's like speaking French right now. Oh, it sounds weird. That's interesting. That's the first time I'm trying it. Sorry, that is very, very, very bad. Yeah, no, I know. I know it's just a language selector menu, but for me, it is useless to have the thing written there. Same thing as like season 1, episode 19, Made in Black. And then you have season 1, episode 19 made like at the top. Like that makes no sense. Um, and yeah, so subtle button trigger menus. No, that's the only thing that I'm saying. It's just it would be better for me to have like an interface that is slimmer, easier to understand, and not necessarily settings like. I guess that's my main issue. Like this is easier to grasp than anything else. And if you just had previous, play, pause, next, no D-pad, then like you change the language here, you change the subtitle, you have up and down in volumes, all that makes a lot of sense to me. But it is quick and easy to test it for you. Yes, I'm not saying anything else. It works. It does the job. We're good with that. Just user-wise, not necessarily the best thing. I don't care. But you know, that. That. That's all I had to say on that specific screen that you had made. I feel like it would be easier to have like a more minimalistic, simplistic UI for most users. Again, the user or the like target audience that we have, specifically you, is extremely powerful and used user of settings and power users, all that, meaning that its simplistic UI might not work for them entirely. But for the vast majority of users, just having a button that says subtitle, tap on it, you get your subtitle, you select the thing that you want. Once it's selected, it's selected. Good. So you know, all that works. All of that works. My main beef was with the play, pause, next, previous button. That they're way too small in that UI specifically to make something out of it. So yeah, and that preview at the top. Oh, cool. So yeah, that's the ID. That is the ID. I was about to say if you had like an ID to help me on, but I don't think you can help me on that. The multilingual support is through the JSON file. Like it's a bit of a weird thing. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about because it's gonna be easier for me to show you rather than just not. So let's use the medium phone as a starting point. Basically, as of right this instant, in the kanji section, which is going to take a bit of a second to load, inside of the drawer, I now have the meaning in currently English, right? And the meaning of the related words in English. That, right, makes a lot of sense. We could, bitch, what the fuck? What was this? Just launch first. I see. That was a weird thing. So with that, Now, in my settings, I have the ability to say, well, this is not going to be in English, this is going to be in French. That's the easiest thing to be. And so now, if I'm going back there, I have that loading, which is going to take a while. But in my dictionaries or in my kanjis, it's the same thing. I would have the explanation of the meanings written in French, because in my JSON files that are the dictionaries, each JSON file has multiple entries for multiple things. Right. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. So I have this, right? I have my meaning and example, then the example meanings in different languages, and then my overall meaning that are underneath the dollar hash. That's the Python script that put them at the bottom. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But these ones are case sensitive with capital M and capitals country code. And then these ones are case sensitive with lowercase m and lowercase country code, so that I don't make a mistake. That's the thing. This is fine. It works, and it's working. To have the entire thing in French for the meanings. The issue that I have right now is because the helper or the function that basically grabbed the meanings doesn't really grab them in the same place, or has renamed it in the quiz. This is now in English instead of being in French. So that's the thing. And I've been trying to put it in place, and for some reason it doesn't work. Again, because I don't really understand. But if you have an idea of what could be the reason, first of all, that it works on many places but not in this one specifically, not that you know the rest of the code, I get that, right? You don't, so it's hard. Dapshi, welcome back. Right, the whole thing for the quiz, or technically I'm guessing it's going to be in the models to make that makes more sense. Like the quiz view model is where we should technically define where the multi-languages is, because you have these, like for the entries, the readings or the meanings, like character answer entry meaning, and you want the meaning dash French dash FR, right? So yeah, you had this one place only issue before. I kinda not really. The thing that pisses me off, again, I said that on Blue Sky. I don't do the code, right? I ask Cursor to do the code, it does the code, it works. Cool. iOS, 4 hours, done. It's been a week on Android. Still not working. So yeah, that thing is a bit of an issue for me, where we need to have the texts that are related to the kanjis and the entries and all that, is there, And right now we're using this section of meaning to understand where it's getting like the get meaning for language. The thing is, when I'm trying to get this specific string, it doesn't work. Which makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense to me. I have a localized function that takes the English string and tries to use it as the key for the translation. There is no translation for the current language. Just take this. Huh. Interesting. So basically what you're saying is, instead of having meaning underscore IT for Italian, I would just have the meaning in English as the key, and then if there is another option that has the IT option, then it uses that. So what you can do is make a little function that takes in either the object or the English string. Then that function looks up the sentence, an object, and checks what language should be displayed from the settings. Return that. Yeah, that's basically what I have. That's the thing. I summoned you? I didn't. Oh, I said Italian. I see. It's basically what it already does. It has the defined language in the settings, which is in the setting view model. Right there, we have the definition of what language is, or where it is, whatever. And so that selection is accessible. Like this one is currently private, but that's not really true. But that's the thing. What pisses me off is that it works. Okay, it works. It works. It has all the thing that we need it to do in all the places that it needs to do stuff, where this is going to be in Italian, and then he's going to be able to understand what is written there. Maybe it's wrong Italian, maybe it's right Italian, I don't know. But that's the thing. Like, we already do that, basically. We already find the entry, which is basically with the kanjis. You can't really have like the same I mean, you kind of can, but you can't really have the same kanji in the same chunk. So we good. So that is my key for the object itself, because, I mean, you don't know, but like that is the key. That's that easy. You won't have a second one on the file that has word key, which is a JSON file. And then I just have my meaning right there. And if I know that my system is not in English, I'm using the meaning that is underneath. And right now it's in Italian, so I'm using meaning IT, and so it's gonna give me this. That is the main thing, which I think is what you're describing, and it's the same concept, content thing. It works. My question, the thing that I don't understand is why here it doesn't. And I've tried. I pull the entire thing. I explain again to Cursor what's happening, what's there, what's not there, how it's currently set up, how it's currently set up in other pages, how it's used in other pages, and it's just, does it work? So that's like the question. Would you have an idea of the reason why it works in 3 different places, but not in the most important one? It doesn't. So first of all, it doesn't have a backend, so the backend can't pick up anything. But at that instant on iPhone, on iOS, it does, based on, yeah, that's a fair point. Based on the phone languages, the preferred translation is the phone languages. On Android right now, the preferred language is English, and after that, if the user changes something, it will change. The main thing that I have as an issue, it's not really an issue, but it is an issue, is the app itself doesn't have localization settings. So when you are here, it will always say free plan, upgrade, profile, daily streak, current 1 day, all that. These are currently just in English and can't really be translated. So I need to put that in place as well to have or ensure that if the user select the app language, or if the system is in Italian, for example, I want the entire app to switch to Italian, which means that daily challenge will be something else, which I don't know because it's in Italian. And that in French would be so weird. Challenge journalier. Very French. Yes. The base here has the scope where the translation and translator are available, but the game overlay has another scope where they are not available. Well, yes and no. I mean, I know I sound like I'm saying, no, you're wrong. You're kind of right, but you're also kind of wrong. The main reason why I'm saying you're kind of wrong is because this is the same game UI to an extent. Like the overall way, I would say, that the quiz works and that the sheets works is the same. This one is closable and the quiz isn't. So it's the same UI, it's the same overlay thing, but this one takes the right things, not the meaning here, because meaning in Italian don't exist in kanjis, just in dictionaries. But that is the same as this, like to an extent, even though it's a fade and not a slide in. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's really weird. I don't get it, but it's probably scope. You're probably right on that. Yep, that's what I'm doing on iOS. Basically, check if user device has a specific language. Right now, I'm not doing that on Android. I should. I'm not. I should. I agree, but I'm not. It should be there. It's not. But yeah, that's the current thing that I'm working on, and I also need to have, as I just said, everything in multiple languages, meaning that the same thing here. I need to have the usage, the particle, like what it means. That example needs to take the languages as well, and that is going to take a bit as well. I think right now We have these that should be in different languages, but sometimes they don't work as well, at least as far as I can tell. But like right now we are in Italian, so that makes sense. So yeah, it's probably scope. I agree. I agree. The reason why I'm saying it's in Italian, therefore we don't have it, is because we don't have Italian in the XML file, which is like massive. The only thing that we have is this in the XML file, which is like reading and meaning right there. We can't see that, but yeah, just really bad, really wrong. And sometimes we just have Spanish and nothing else. So that is gonna need me to go through and translate. That is gonna be too complex for me. Yeah. I think the way that it has been defined in the, again, because I didn't do the thing myself and I'm just trusting Cursor and Claude to do the right thing. I think the way that it has been defined in iOS is that we have a translation function somewhere that basically check the XML file, the JSON files, the app environment, and everything, and that spit out the exact same viable names that we used to use. So it used to be kanji dot meaning, and now the dot meaning that we can happen to kanji is based on that helper. So it's centralized in one point where you define the languages and how they are used and all that, and then you reuse the same variable, meaning that when I'm opening the quizzes on iOS, it is basically just working because it's the same name of variables. So yeah, it's interesting how black box AI thing that you just shared is highlighted as a link here, but not there. I haven't. What's this? No. Yeah. I don't think it's a good idea. So first of all, no, I haven't checked that. That's the first answer to your question, and I don't personally think I need it. As in, I already have all of that in the in here. If I open the this one, which is the font we're on, I have the code helper thing right there. So the entirety of black box AI might be like a different model that they have, but I don't know, nor do I think that anyone at that instant, other than the big company, have the ability and the funds to have like a new model specific for coding out. Like it takes so much money and time to train an AI model that I believe this is probably going to be something along the line of like an OpenAI wrapper type of thing. That, I mean, first of all, why is it not in light mode? Oh, why was it in light mode? So there's that. There is also like clear, right? Like TikTok just released a new one. A tree, not clear. Tray, which is basically a copy of Cursor with a better UI, and currently only US based, I think. So that's interesting. But yeah, again, the current taste or test of things is DeepSeek being much better than OpenAI for the model. This is a Chinese owned model, and I'm testing it out. So, you know, there are so many that do the exact same thing. You can see how this looks exactly the same as this in terms of the buttons, the thing, the UI. It's just crazy to me that everyone is doing the exact same thing and everyone is winning. So I'm happy with that. I checked Sora. Yes, I do prefer V2. Personally, like VOE2, which is the one from Google, which is better than Sora overall. Right? That the other one is just a mistype. This one on consistency in physics. As far as now, there is less issues with unrealistic things. So obviously these are picked or cherry picked things where you can see that the legs of the flamingo are not crossing each other much. They still are, but not that much. The physics of the bubbles, the water, the reflection in the bottom of the pool, all of that is realistic. But yeah, it is the same thing. It is limited to a very specific type. And so like there is a ton of things that are feasible with these. The main issue with most AI generation of image is background and background consistency. If you look too closely on things like this, the people are going to disappear, the people are going to merge into each other. Like it is good as a first draft, but like all of these people right there are merging into each other, but you don't really have the time to realize that. And also because the quality of the video is kind of low, you don't really know. But there is a ton of things that just don't make sense. That's not exactly how a wheel work for driving unless it's broken. Like usually both have the same turn, not just one. So that's a thing. But yeah. Like you could see that if you look at the people that are in the background, like right there, you can see how their faces just morphed. It's a split second, but you can see how all of the faces at once, right there. Floop. And I wish I could just play it with a different speed, which I can't because the controls are behind there, right there. But yeah, you can probably see that in the there, like there. Anyways, details. So other than that, most of the creations are gonna be pretty good. The presentations that MKBHD did on Sora and VO2 are good. I do still not like it. Ethically speaking, I feel like you should have like a videographer or an illustrator or someone that does the video for you rather than uh, using that. I understand that it's way cheaper and that it's good for some outputs, but you know, at the end of the day, it's onto each and everyone to decide if they want to use the AI stuff or not. It's okay. It's the new tool. It's fine. It's just like consuming energy, using stuff that you don't really know exactly how and on what it has been trained. Meaning that it's coming from Google. It has been trained on YouTube content. Meaning that most of the things is probably copyrighted, right? Like copyrighted content that the people said, well, it's mine, it's on YouTube, it's free to access, but it's not free to use. So that's a thing. And yeah, no, I get that. I get that. There is a ton of things that they have that I could use personally to like generate animations and transitions for the stream or other effects for resources. But at the end of the day, you end up with something that is non-modifiable. Like, let's say you just wanted like a scene transition for a stream. This is very easy. But if you ask like this stream overlay artists, like the people that are in my Discord that are showcasing their works, all of that, they might ask you to pay 50, 100, maybe 150, $200 for a stream overlay that is dedicated to you because they need to do all the scenes, all the transition, all the alerts, all that. Right, fine. And you can tweak that and it's fine, and you have revision, all these. Or you can go to whichever of these AI generated stuff and then generate something. But let's say it is 95% there and you need to tweak it like just a tad. Like it's too fast or too slow. I mean, if it's too slow, you're good. But if it's too fast, you need to add frames in the middle, or you need to extend the duration of that. So you regenerate one, and now it's 85% there because it changed something that you really don't like. So you try another way to reprompt the whole thing, and you may end up with something that you are fine with but not happy with at the end of the day, just because it is generated and it's not tweakable as much as it should be with an artist or someone that can do the work. So that is the thing. But if you're good with 85% done and you can deal with it, deal with it. Like it's gonna be fine, not necessarily good. So that's my main point. Yeah, it's the same thing. They just have the logo bigger and in color. which is fine. It's fine. So yeah, that's my main take um on video generation. I feel like it's most of the time gonna be, at least this year. I'm gonna say that now. At least this year is gonna be most of the time not that good, really, really good, but not as good as you expect it to be. And you will always have things that are a given, like the heads in the background. But if you didn't pay attention and you focus on the woman in the mirror, then you might not even see that something in the background has changed. Like, it's just for quick things. Yes, 100%, it would be good. The thing is, people are now paying attention. And when they know that you are using AI for illustration, image generation, transition, thing like this, most of them don't like it. So, yeah. I don't mind personally AI for code generation because it's doing the exact same thing that devs are doing, which is just browsing Stack Overflow and then finding the answer. So it's already what the people with a job are doing. So I don't have an issue with duplicating the exact same thing. Whereas artist is a bit more complex in the sense that in order to be a good artist, you had to train for a certain amount of years. In order to be a good video like editor, you had to train for a certain amount of years. Or maybe you need to be up to date with certain texts, and that takes a lot of time. So with code, I really don't have an issue with it because it's exactly duplicating. They just have, like, it's as if you had with you a dev that has all the knowledge, and so sometimes it's a bit spaghetti all over, and it doesn't have like the broader understanding of the code that you are building. But at the end of the day, like, if I don't know what I'm supposed to do in my JavaScript project, I'm just gonna do something with blah 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 MDN and then find the answer. So, you know, the AI is doing the same thing, so I'm fine with that. AI writing, I don't know. Like, as of today, the creativity that comes out of it is really non-creative. So it's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. There is a New York Times bestseller author that has been found to have used AI to generate the entirety of a book, apparently. They may have had like an outline, but then they generated at least a portion of the book with ChatGPT. And the reason why we know is because in the book, there is a section that is the answer of ChatGPT saying, certainly let's make X person in the book more interesting and rewrite that section, colon, the rest of the book. And you're like, okay. So, um, what is this? Yeah, for code, yes. I mean, it's basically what I did. Like that. That's gonna be kind of weird. Um, Dang, Denny, 1 second. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Dang. That's this thing. International best-selling author. All good. Thought for 13 seconds? Certainly. Here's an enhanced version of your passage, making Elena more relatable and injecting additional humor while providing a brief, sexy description of Grigory. Changes are highlighted in bold for clarity. That is in the book. In the full fucking book. On page 8. So, if I'm a writer and author of book and I can't come up with a good story, I shouldn't. I shouldn't write books. Maybe he just did it once. Maybe. But you read your book before you release it, right? You ensure that everything is proofread and that things seems good, there is no issues. You know, like you ensure that things works. Because that's out of place. So it's weird. It's weird. So yeah, for authors, I really don't think you should use it. You may use it for outlines, but if you can't figure out an outline of a story on your own, you're not an author. Or at least you're not a good one. I don't know. I don't know. And for like for code, actually to and not answer the question, but like bounce on that. Without it, I wouldn't be able to have my app existing. Like the only reason that I have an app right now is because I have the ability to just prompt the AI and say, well, I need this. Help me out. I don't know how to do it. And then I have enough background understanding of how it works to be able to say, well, it should work a different way than what you have propped out. So just try again. But sometimes, as the thing for the Android version of the app, it just doesn't want to cooperate, which is pissing me off. And for big company, I think it could be good for small features, but overall it will make a mess, which, as Stoney said, most of my code is a bit of a not good thing. But, at the end of the day, I have something out, which is good. But I agree, it will make like a small one-person team a full company with potential revenue, and then, which is my point, if my app does well, has enough users and retention and active users like that have like a subscription and all of that, then I would be able to potentially hire someone that has the skills that I don't have to take a look at the whole thing and then be like, yeah, cool, you have a good outline, this is shit, this is shit, this is shit, this needs to be rewrote or rewritten, and we could work together for that to be the case and be properly made with good systems. Maybe it needs to be like from zero, like rewritten from zero, which is probably the case, but you know, that. And for designers, I don't. Same thing. If you can't figure out like a basic layout on your own for an app, you're missing something. At least in my view. So, Yeah. There. Since we are there and it's early, I feel like I should send you here. Which makes a lot of sense to me. Makes a lot of sense to me. Pink Man. Special place creation. We'll see that on Friday. We'll see that on Friday. Maybe. We're rating heroin because that never happened before. So yeah, as always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube. Discord is where you go when you have a question I'm not live. That's usually the thing. If you have the need to come back here, you can come back here on Friday, and then you can stalk me online. That's an option. Yeah. And you can check out Danny. Yes, 100%. As always, if you want to learn Japanese, I would highly recommend you to use the app. And if you want to use or have the need for UI kit,
Ma!
this one is good. It's not the best. It's good. Anyways, who won? I don't know. I can't read. I don't see things. I don't see screens. Yeah, that's a lot of messages. I don't think that's the amount of messages that Denny had. He didn't have like 1,000 message. That is not true. Yeah, well, I don't know. Anyways, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. You know the drill. And I'll see you soon on Fridays. Bye.